I forgot to actually click the go live on YouTube button. Hold on. Let me shout that out over there. Hey everyone, if you're seeing this VOD on YouTube, I forgot to click that button when I started 3 hours ago. That's my bad. So, yep. My bad, YouTube. I forgot to click the right button. The thing that we've done in the meantime is we wanted to do some marketing stuff. We got the pricing page all done up, right? These buttons actually take you somewhere. Our toggle actually works, which is nice. The part we're on right now is we've hidden this bit, which we're not seeing at the moment, but we will, and we've hidden a bunch of these things like about, blog, and support. And now we are building out the content collections for for the marketing site. So frequently asked questions and the blog. And we've started building that, but we haven't actually started making the content. So yeah, let me get more music going. A single track, eh? All right, let's give it a shot. No, we're not going to listen to anything with singing. And yeah, sorry, YouTube. I did not mean to delay going live. I apologize. But yeah, let's get more music. I'll just close a bunch of these that we don't need. And yeah, which album? Oh, let's do Primogen's favorite. Yeah, let's do that. All right, so yeah, we started building out the blog collection. We need to give it a schema. What all is a blog going to have? It's going to have a title. I'm not sure we need category at the moment. Description will be required. Date, sure. I don't know if author is actually necessary at the moment. I don't think so. We'll just see what else they autocomplete. Image. Yeah. Yeah, there is going to be need to be an image. Yeah, okay. And then there's just the content. No, there's a plugin. It's not built into OBS, but you can install it into OBS. It's called multi-RTMP, I think. Yep. So this is the one I'm currently using. The difference between Restream and something like this is I'm uploading to both YouTube and Twitch concurrently, whereas Restream, you just upload to Restream. So if you're like bandwidth limited on your upstream, Restream is a decent enough idea. StreamYard, same idea. There's another one, though. There's another company, Item. Yeah, or Atom, or I don't know how to pronounce it. But yeah, this company. And yeah, this one looks maybe a little more up to date. The fact that you can even do like the vertical canvas stuff is interesting. TikTok, etc. So I don't know, something to check out. This one's definitely more modern though. So I would say maybe this one. Oh, did the other one not? Oh. Oh, this one's only Windows and Linux. Yeah, good catch. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, you're totally right. And hold on. One second. All right, so we got these collections. Let's get some blog post in here. And I think we'll just do it based on like a folder per blog post. That way images and stuff can just be nested with the posts that they're in. So yeah, let's do year 2025. Month would be 08, and we'll just say the blog post is 18. Why not? We should also give it a name. And hey, what's up, Wallace? How you doing? Yeah, I don't know. I'd have to see some of those numbers. Okay, sorry. So yeah, what you up to there, Wallace? And yeah, so we're gonna name this post. It's gonna be, I don't know. We're making it now. Maybe just introducing. Then eventually, maybe we just create another one at this top level, and it'll be, I don't know, 2025. 09, I don't know, let's just say 15. Um, ATProto Firehose. Sure. All right, so then we'll create the file, and we'll just make it something like post.md. And it'll always be post.md. So yeah, if you guys can't see the structure, there you go. The gist is simply that, right, we're going to be in the blog folder. We're going to have the individual posts have their own, like, slug and date in them. That way it's easier to, like, sort and filter these. That's something I've kind of run into with some other static site generators before, where you don't actually structure, like, the file folder for your blog posts enough. Like, especially for my personal blog. And then it gets really tricky to manage and, like, find, you know, a specific post because you didn't actually start organizing them at folder structure in a good way, right? And then, like, where do you put the images and all that stuff? So images, I think, will be able to live in the content sections, but we're going to follow a convention of the post is always underscore post inside of a folder. So let's go back to our content config real quick. And this is post.md. Yeah, I think that works. Okay. Let's just hammer out some random blog post. Right. So yeah, some BS here. All right, so then, yes, title, introducing Messijo, description, date. Sure. And then... Oh, interesting. Hold on. I wonder... Let's go Unsplash real quick. Introducing or something, right? I don't know. What's something we should search for just to get like a quick and dirty, like introducing Messijo? I mean, if we type in Messijo, do we get anything? Not really. A lot of religious stuff, which is weird. Um, Bullhorn. I don't know, that one's not bad. Maybe announcement? Oh, yeah, I like that one. Damn, that's a big image. We'll get the full thing. Let's put it in the source directory for now. Blog introducing. So let's see. So we do that. Oh, what we also need is a slug. All right, and then from here in pages, we want to create, let's say, the blog folder. And then it's something like slug dot astro. You wanted to show off your Docker OS X thing, but then you realized all you're doing right now is keys and auth stuff. No wonder most streaming is game dev. I I don't know if that's necessarily a reason. Like, yeah, keys and auth stuff you can do off stream, but there's so much more to dev than just keys and auth stuff. Oh, and this is how I want to do it. Whoops. Wrong thing. Ah, and I see. So yeah, params, this would be slug. So for some reason, post here is a never. I think. Hold on. How do we do it for the TypeScript stuff? I could have sworn there was a place where we could get the type safety. We weren't running that, which means our types didn't get generated, I think. So then if we go back to here, there we go. Okay. All right, so then that should render now. But no. Come on. Looks like a hair stuck in my eye. All right, so we're bringing Zod from where we needed it. We don't need to do references. I really wonder if get static paths should actually be here. Yeah, it's been a while since I've done a content collection, and I think I did them a different way before. Yeah, and we're seeing that they put it in blog, post, whatever. Okay. Oh, interesting. Wait, what does the dot 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 ID mean? All right, let's see that get logged out too. Okay, so posts is empty. Why is that empty? Wait, did I do it for the wrong collection? Nope. No, that's blog. So /content/blog, and then nested within that. I'm wondering, should this be source? All right, so here we go. That's it. Yep. So we do have to pass the source directory. So then if we do that, okay. Um, we do want to use Tailwind Pros. Tailwind Typography, that's the name of it. And there we go. Okay. Um, hmm. Yeah, we probably want to give it some margin. I think actually I can just put that on here. Yeah. All right, so I don't need the other wrapper. Yeah, okay. So this is our blog page introducing Messijo. We'll want to add an image and some other BS. And I actually think the MX Auto is not necessary. Once we start adding like a sidebar with like, other blog posts and some of that junk. And yeah, okay. So we've at least got the content collection for blog posts set up. What we want to do next. And ooh, man, golfing yesterday was good. Besides, getting frustrated with a slow group of kids in front of us. How dare they? Um, but yeah, I got another par. If I can get like a single par per day, that'd be nice. Had some really, really good hits. A couple really good putts. Like, yeah. Yeah, it was a good day. It was a solid golf day. I did lose several golf balls though. Like the last time I went out, I think I kept all of my golf balls, which was really nice. Okay. So yeah, we got this part. Frequently asked questions. We should start getting at least those pages going, even if we're not going to show them at the moment. I at least want to have some of that stuff scaffolded out. And then once we've got some of that, like filling in frequently asked questions is a separate thing where we got to do a lot more brainstorming. I'm not sure that's actually helping us at all. Yeah, the rest looks good. Okay, cool. We'll create a folder for frequently asked questions. And maybe it's actually support. And then in here, we've got frequently asked questions. And in there, we've got, I don't know, slug again. think you create an index.md. Let me grab all of this, do it all in here too. But yes, they're not .md files, they're Astro files. Whoops. And yeah, we didn't need those. Content config does need slug as well. All right, so then if we look at our content collection, I don't know if we're ever going to individually render a frequently asked question, but we can leave it for now. And we don't have that at the moment. Okay, so when we get back down to here, oh, it's support FAQs. All right, so support FAQs cancellation. So FAQs collection does not exist or is empty. And it should be going like a nested folder deeper, but it's not. And what's up, Portuga? How you doing? Hmm. Oh, okay. So yeah, that's a failure because we didn't bring in layout. Nope. Wrong place. There we go. Okay, so we get the foo there. Then when we get to here, nothing. Hey, thanks, Bill. Appreciate that. Yeah, all right, we see params slug. Same way we're doing it the other way. Excuse me. Sorry about that. I wonder if I just stop and restart. Maybe that's the issue. That was it? Okay. I mean, it's possible that we want to link to an individual frequently asked question, right? SEO. Right? We can show the one thing here and then maybe like relevant frequently asked questions here. And then we can have the sidebar on the side there. Like, the way to think about it is like, this is more like a knowledge base, right? Rather than strictly, frequently asked questions. And yeah, like, realistically, we've got like the full answer here, but we might even do like short answer as a prop and then full answer with some more stuff. What do you mean by Jason LD? What do you mean by that? Like, you mean open graph stuff or other stuff? So when you say SEO schema, what do you mean then? Like meta description and some of that junk? And yeah, I haven't actually thought about the metadata, like meta tags specifically. Oh, that's what you mean. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah, so meta description shows up there. Um, I'm not doing any of the rich snippet stuff. So yeah, almost what you're getting at is I don't know, google.com, and if we were to search for, let's just say, Launch Darkly, right? How they do like this. As far as I know, you don't really get to control this part. But the part you're maybe talking about is like the stuff that would go over here on the right. As far as I know, you don't get to control that. But you could at least control some of this, maybe. This is more like the business part. I don't know if you can control that specifically. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know as much about it. I'm not sure. Let me pour some more water. Oh, yeah, I need to get some more water in my jug. And I should probably at least rinse this out. That is a stale lime. And we could have like a whiskey. Definitely don't want to overdo it today. Kind of did that yesterday golfing. But yeah, so I guess here's another thing that I forget about. Like, how do we do Astro meta tags? That's probably not what I was looking for. Is this still necessary? Like, how is this not built into Astro? God, my hair's too long. That's what's the itching right here. Yeah, so I'm gonna have to get a haircut here very soon. But yeah, it looks like See, I want to be able to edit this from elsewhere, so I think we do end up needing this plugin, right? Nope, never mind. Because, yeah, they still just jam this into the head. Yeah, so we end up needing to pass it as props to our layout anyway. Which is fine. So then theoretically for blog here, right, we would pass it as prop data to this layout component, and that's where we would do our meta tag stuff there. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. So let's go back to Astro's docs. And hold on, before we get further, yeah, let's rinse out this glass. Let me pour some more water, and then I will have a proper beverage. I didn't get to the grocery store today, so yeah, at least I got some pizza I can eat. So let me be right back. Let me pour some more water and use the restroom and rinse my glass. Okay, and I'm back. Got my water, got my freshly rinsed glass. I could start getting the oven going eventually for the pizza slices I picked up yesterday. And yeah, what's everyone up to? How is your Monday going? Hopefully nice and mellow. Hey, thanks, Larobi. Yeah, thanks, Messijo, Mr. Sirs. And yeah, Satana, if you're pouring yourself a JD, well, here you go. Cheers. Bink. Yeah. I guess here's another thing. Astro image. So they recommend local images stored in source because we could transform and optimize. Yeah. So then images in Astro files. Right, okay, so this is all build time. Perfect. Yeah, images in content collections. Oh, interesting. Yeah. So technically in my content config, right, slug question category, sure. But then here, and yeah, we'll call this cover. I like that as a name. Okay. Oh, I did not mean to do that. Okay, cool. So we've at least like got the basics of these set up. This wasn't even like the main thing I wanted to do for them. We need the support page first. And yeah, maybe that's a big part of it. So when we're doing the slugs, all right, we've got this content page, but how many of them do we actually want to like link out? So I think a slug, as far as like the metadata for it, not a slug, a um FAQ, right? So here, this would be has more. And then that would determine if we actually like link out to the full slug. Okay. Um we've got this layouts folder. We've got the main top level layout and then support layout as is like another one we're going to do. Okay, so yeah, we do the support layout. We'll do that there for now. We do a folder of category. And then we do index.astro within a category. Yeah. All right, and then very similar to We're fetching all this. All right, we're doing slug there. But we're not going to use content. And we don't get post. And we don't care about get static paths on the index here either. And mapping over these is not what we're looking for either. All right, so then we do layout. So then, yeah, const category is params. All right, that is all frequently asked questions. And this is where we would have like the category specific accordions, right? So do we have neo-brutalism accordions? We do. I don't think I've brought it in yet, though. Okay, so we got a major error there. And yep, yeah, that's where we fail. Wonder if we could make this optional? No. Oh, cover and cover alt are required. That's for these, and we have not defined those yet. So yeah, that's some blog stuff we got to do. Cover alt is photo of a loudspeaker attached to an overhead arch against a backdrop of the sky. Sure. So then, will it blend? It blends. Perfect. So then, yeah, cancellation here. Will it have more? I think so. And then, yeah, this is where I want to do maybe a short answer. Make sure that compiles still. Perfect. Okay, so then, yeah, support layout. Right, we've got the word support over here. What I want to do is actually, we don't have props for this. We do a get collection. We'll do that. And then this is going to be category. It's going good. How about you? All right, what we need to do next is bring in that dependency. npm.js case. Yeah. Anyone else got like a favorite utility library for doing all this junk? Like converting between cases and stuff? Dude, I don't know if I could live without this one. It's just so essential. All right, so let's add case. Let me get another album going. Because I think Synthwave belongs in a museum. Junior. But yeah, it's going great for you? Hell yeah. Yeah, it's our stream anniversary today. I'm really happy about it. Yeah. Or not stream anniversary. Sorry, partner anniversary. Stream anniversaries in June. Brain fart. Okay, so then, yeah, with the layout that we're doing right now, what we want to do is go to billing, but yeah, our category page. Ooh. Yeah, no, I think we still want that nested. All right, so yeah. Okay, so hold on. Hey, thanks, Lightspeed. I should get something extra. Yeah, maybe. I'm fine with it. You guys just being here hanging out. That's all I needed. And hey, MBB, dude, don't feel bad. You're working on 2 full-time careers. Are you a part of the overemployed crowd? And yes, this is my own company. Yep. Gotcha, gotcha. Don't spread yourself too thin. Ideally, both companies would know about each other, but how often does that work out? Yeah. Oh, that's awesome. Okay, so yeah, they're both actually aware of each other. Perfect. Yeah, that's way better. Yeah, exactly, Lightspeed. I'd be lying if I wasn't like really suspect of MBB before they proved themselves otherwise. Right? It's one of those names where it's like this person's either going to be really trolly or pretty cool. He ended up being pretty cool. And MBB, hold on. Do you do fantasy football? I'm gonna guess with like the overemployed thing, you might not have time for it. But we do have a league. We're probably gonna end up drafting for the league on Friday or Saturday. Maybe next week's Friday or Saturday, but it just depends. Now it's a household name. Yeah, there you go. Yep. Yeah, no worries. Just figured I'd ask. That's all. All right. So if we do this the right way, we're gonna have all of the FAQs available, right? So this ends up being category. And since it's all build time, we don't need to worry about the speed of it. So we can just do straight up category. And then FAQs. All right, so we do that part. Wait, what am I doing wrong here? All right, so yeah, we got a bunch of errors here. I don't know why we're getting these errors, though. Like, we're sorting the categories. We don't actually need to sort these ones. We do still want to loop over them. And that solved everything. Ah, perfect. This is a beautiful font. Exactly. And let me double check. You turned a few of your coworkers onto Drama Sans? Oh, nice. Hell yeah. What you like about Astro is that the core maintainers are very reactive on Discord. You get answers there whenever you're stuck on something fairly complex. Yeah, no, they're really good. Yeah, I was so surprised that that Ben Holmes isn't with them anymore. But yeah, what company is he with now? He's at Warp now, which is huge. Yeah, killing it. Yeah, it's a great brand for him to be at. Okay, so we see some stuff. It's going to require a bunch of work. But yeah, we at least get the column or the category on the left. We're not linking it. We need to get the accordion of these. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Warp's a cool product. Not gonna lie, I was gonna hope that I'd maybe at least hear something from Anthropic, but I probably don't have the experience they're looking for. And again, I'll say it as many times as I have to. I like the company I'm at, but Dude, that salary is insane. Where is it? I know it's in here somewhere. Oh, is it? Yeah, here it is. Dude, 280 to 405K. I'd happily take the bottom end of that. Like, dude, I would happily take the bottom end of that. For 405K, I'd go into the office a couple days a week. You know, like that's yeah, that's what it would take though. That's what it would take. I feel like I fit, but yeah, it's probably one of those roles where they just get too many people applying. You'd commute by plane. Exactly, dude. Even for the 280, like I'd be basically doubling, not quite, 1.6ing my current salary ish. Like I don't know, I just off the cuff math that one. Yeah, even for 280. 150K for a private jet reservation. Yeah. You'd be eating into your money, but it's probably worth it. But yeah, let's continue doing this. Um yeah, this is where we need to do the accordion part. We do learn more here, but that's only if it has more. Error. Accordion must be used within accordion. What? What? That makes zero sense to me. That makes absolutely zero sense to me. Oh. And that's what I'm doing too. It still seems to hate it though. I don't actually see how this is solving that problem. Because accordion itself is an accordion? Oh, no, 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 no. Yeah, yeah. Like, this ends up being its own island. That's it. Okay. That's it. Now, I see, like, why they're doing that now. So it makes sense. Um, yeah, yeah. That is literally it. Inside a .astro file, let me show you the one, right? Each one of these things being mapped over that is a React component ends up being its own island, which means the island no longer has any idea what this like top level thing outside of it is. So this is going to be its own island, but then these are evaluated as their own islands too. So this is the entire thing that's breaking. That map needs to happen inside of a React component, not an Astro component. I wish it was easier to infer the type for this, because I just want to pass the entire like frequently asked question to it. And hey, what's up, Hunar? How you doing? The good old yellow beanie griffing. Yep, exactly. And it is Islandception. Seeing the TypeScript LSP doing the loading, soon it would become faster once the Go impl becomes the primary impl. Maybe. Maybe. Maybe not. Hmm. Okay. So yeah, I think we can maybe do that. Let me get more music going. So that doesn't help us there. Ah, and I don't want extends string. Hey, thanks, Bada. Yeah, what do we think the right way to do this is? We want title prop to be a string. We want it to be a key of T, but we also want it to be a string value. There we go. I think that's it. So yeah, every prop that we're passing to, right, every prop of the object that we're passing or genericizing would then point to something that is React Node capable, which would include strings, I believe. We'll see as we try and do some of this, you know. But yeah, here we can just do key of T. Yeah, I think I like this so far. I think so. Yeah, I think that's a good move. So we should be good with all this then. God, I really want some more of those messy chips. You know how I said like I could polish off that bag in one sitting? I ended up polishing off that bag in one sitting. I don't feel good about it, but it happened. Maybe for anyone who hasn't seen them, I'll show you the bag. These Argentinian style steak chips are really good. And then, hold on, here's something that I noticed the other day. If you turn it sideways a bit, right? Messi looks just like Linus from Linus Tech Tips, doesn't he? Like, that's Linus right there. Like, you know, that's Messi. But hold on, that could be Linus for sure. And that shit broke my brain the other day. He does. He looks just like him. It's crazy. Like not exactly from the front, but just a little bit of a side glance. And yeah, dude. They might have a common ancestor. Maybe. You never know. That peripheral vision really does trick your brain. Exactly. Yeah. This is one of my favorite little like science facts too, or at least theories. Peripheral vision, as far as like the mammal eye goes, right? Because we share that with a lot of other mammals. Peripheral vision is theorized to be something that we like evolutionarily opted for to spot snakes. Right? Back when we were rodents. Peripheral vision would be a really good name for a computer accessory company. Damn. Dude, that's fucking genius. Yeah, you're not wrong there, Steel Toad. How do you fit through a door with a brain that big? Isn't that what I was saying? Yeah, we selected for peripheral vision to spot snakes. What did I say? That's what I thought I said. I never said it was the goal. I said we selected for it. Like, literally. Whether we did the selection or nature selected us because of it, yes, the animals that survived were selected out of the subset with that. I think you're really, really quibbling over the definition there. There was a bias in nature for animals with that to survive, meaning it was selected for simply due to nature. And that's fine, but I didn't. Like I just really think you're quibbling because you misunderstood. I'd have to hear my exact phrasing, but like at this point, you're like splitting hairs, you know? Like you're intentionally misunderstanding the intent. Right? Spirit of the statement versus the letter of the statement, you know? All right, so this is definitely a marketing site, so I'm not sure we need to worry about the key value. But we could do this, right? Key prop, make it optional. What's up, Zen? How you doing? Okay. So yeah, accordion item key. Sure, why not? Let's say multiple is going to be our default on this project, but I think it's fine. Okay, so I think we're good there. Hmm. And Hunar, I get the joke. There's no goal in mutations. Tell that to the X-Men. I mean, technically, the X-Men, there's no goal either, right? Like, if you know the X-Men universe, there are people born with really mundane mutations, and some that are really not a mutation you want. So, yeah, no, they're totally right about that. I just think the way I phrased it could have been taken multiple ways, but they chose to take it the worst way. So, yes, my phrasing could have been better, but I also think they could have given a bit of grace. Hey, what's up, Sergeant Pepper? Does that make sense? Right? Like, I just want to make sure code shutter. That's what I was getting at. I totally understand, like, you misunderstanding was on me as much as it was on you. But sometimes, with a misunderstanding like that, it's worth it just to assume better intent. That's all. Yeah, but, like, honestly, I probably phrased it weird. So that's on me. Sorry. But yeah, what up, Sergeant Pepper? Yeah, let's do the shout out thing. Hey ya, hey ya, hey ya. What were you up to on your stream? And I also think, yeah, take someone at, like give a little bit of grace. I should do that more often too. So that's on me. That is probably more on me than anyone else here in chat. But you're doing some API integration, Godot and Rust stuff. Yep. Okay. Yeah, I was talking with someone the other day who really likes GD script. Like theoretically, you could write Rust or whatever, or you could write just raw GD script. You say I say J. How about that? Cross the T's and dot the lowercase j's. And yeah, thank you for the well wishes there, everyone. El Dino, Epic. Yeah, thank y'all. Appreciate that. I think there was a couple others, maybe. Oh, and then hold on. Alfonso, what are my thoughts on apps that code for you, takes the fun out of it, or just grows the space? I think there's room for both opinions. I think it depends on what you're building. All right, so yeah, you were integrating backend API calls for your Godot game that you've been working on. Nice. You're using Rust bindings because you're not a huge fan of Pythonic syntax and wanted to get better at Rust, so you've been going through it with the Godot Rust bindings and Rust backend. Makes sense. And yeah, I've never actually looked at GD script. I didn't realize it was so like Python adjacent. And you've got nothing against GD script, but it isn't the best choice for performance critical parts. Okay. I would assume that you could probably call out to Rust stuff from the GD script. And maybe even vice versa. Like you could invoke GD script blocks from your Rust code. I'd almost expect that to work, and if it doesn't, that's a huge flaw. Okay, yep. So yeah, you can invoke Rust code from GD script. Can you invoke GD script blocks from your Rust code too? I mean, that's probably the more common case. But just double checking. Yes? All right. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, at that point, I think it makes a lot of sense. GD script is Godot. Yes, exactly. Is there ever a use case where you would want Lua alongside your GD script, or would you just stick with GD script in that case? I could see maybe if you wanted to have like a broader, like third-party ecosystem. Okay. Yeah, yeah. So you want to use Lua as the scripting for your game at runtime. Right, right. And also like maybe for like third-party plugins and things like that for mods. Exposing like a Lua API would be nice. I could see that. Yep, UI extensions and mods. Okay. Yeah, sounds very cool. I haven't really I haven't made any games really. But Alfonso, thank you for the follow. Appreciate that. You're trying to build an MMO and you've only made small games. Oof. Yeah, that's brutal. So I assume it's a science-based. Here we go. I assume you're building a 100% science-based dragon MMO. This is such an old meme. Such a classic. Well, it's Queen of the Hobo Jungle, but yeah, maybe don't assume. But yeah, honestly, I doubt it. This person got roasted so heavy. Like, I'd guess they They retired and became a farmer after the roast they got. Because, yeah, this is just some, like, standard, like, Vue d'Esprit, like, background stuff. And then these are just some very simple, like, Z-sphere-based, scientifically accurate dragons. And hold on, there was some other good comments. Where they really, yeah. And how much of this revolves around dragon sex? Well, the leveling system is based around continuing your bloodline, so most of it. Dragon breeding sounds a little more refined. How much of it is dragon sex? The whole thing. Like, that's the point. It's not even worth making unless there's a lot of dragon sex in it. Post-capitalist dystopian fantasy RPG. 100%. Exactly. Yeah. Ooh. Yeah, Sergeant Pepper. Hold on. Were you on the Gleam train? I just saw this. Now, it's in the UK. It's maybe not ideal. But yeah, if you're in the UK, there's going to be a Gleam conference if you're interested. Oh, you haven't tried Gleam yet. Okay, just double checking. A lot of growing pains from people trying it out. Yeah, it was too early for me. But I'm just waiting for other people to make it better. Wait, where are they doing the infer thing? Hmm. Gonna grab some food? Yeah, no worries. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Yeah, everyone joining from the raid. The thing we're working on is this project called Messijo. Do I have a command for that? No, it's just project still. I've sworn there was some infer magic in here somewhere. No. It's actually gonna be here, I think. Maybe not. Well, shit. What's up, Kinslayer? How you doing? All right, so now I need to figure out where the hell this was. Hmm. What's the right way to pass the type here? Hmm. Hmm. Let me get more music going. So I don't think I need the infer part, but we do need to get the type from FAQs here. Yeah, any TypeScript wizards out there? Oh, let's try that? No. Okay, there we go. Oh, yes. Okay, so we go back and then hold on. Yeah, let me read this. And hey, what's up, Satdev? Yeah, how you doing? So yeah, Pahuho, you've been kind of lurking here since old different days, and stream is always nice. Keep up the good work. Yeah, thank you. I appreciate it. And no worries there, Satdev. Yeah, I will say, you know, audio is pretty important. You know, even if you just throw on music like this or something. But yeah, you do your stream how you want. It was some cool stuff though. I forget what languages you were working in. Go? Yeah. No worries. Just saying. But yeah, happy to raid. I will say, if you do get raided, it's really nice to pass the raid on to another stream. It's the best way to get yourself discovered in this category. And, you know, it's a nice, like, pay it forward kind of thing, too. If you're new to streaming, you basically just do, the command would be /raid and then, stream name. So just in case you want to pay it forward and you just didn't know how, there you go. Right, without the quotes and all that stuff. But yeah, it's like the best way to introduce yourself to other streamers. Right? They don't know who you are until you raid them. And then boom, you can just be part of the community instead. So totally up to you. I like to push on that. But yeah, how you doing? How'd the rest of your Go code go? Looks like you were making really good progress. Yeah, no worries. Yep. Yeah, some of this stuff, like, there's no good, like, set of streamer guidelines about how to be a good, like, part of the community, and, like, how to, like, ease discoverability and a bunch of that stuff. So, yeah, just offering a little bit of advice, take it or leave it, up to you. Not a big deal. And yeah, thanks, Array. Appreciate that. Real-time notification stuff with WebSockets. Nice. Yeah, you're doing e-commerce, right? Like your own entire, like, are you building like an e-commerce framework for other people or just your own personal e-commerce site? All right, so what I want to do... Not really a framework, but like Etsy, buyer and seller meets. Oh, so what you're talking about is you're building not just like an e-commerce website, but like technically a like a marketplace, right? Yeah. Okay, I get it. So yeah, super fun. Yeah, I worked on one. I basically one of the first big projects I did. God, this is like 10 years ago now. For a company, like I'd done my own stuff, my own freelancing, whatever. But the first big project I did while working at a company was like a Fiverr competitor, which is a very similar thing, but it's like physical instead of online. But yeah, very similar. Um, what are you using for payment? Are you using Stripe? Because yeah, just in case you hadn't heard of it, Stripe Connect is made specifically for like user-to-user marketplaces, but you still get to like take your cut, you know? So if you hadn't heard of Stripe Connect before, it's worth checking out. It's on the checklist. Yeah, no worries. Just throwing it out there as an option. Stripe on the checklist from the start. Yeah, the big thing between like Stripe and Stripe Connect is that you're not necessarily like middlemaning everything, right? You're still taking your cut, but it's like Stripe is dealing with like where the money goes and how, which prevents you from having to like deal with the weirdness that goes with trying to like keep it all in your own bucket and like the legal concerns that can come from that. It's a way of just offloading some of that liability onto Stripe. Something to look at. Like, you know, there's regular Stripe, but yeah, for like user to user, Stripe Connect is probably what you're looking for. Not guaranteed, but just thought something to check out. Yeah, no worries. Okay, so what I can actually do here. I can actually just do this, the infer entry schema. Or maybe it's not raw frequently asked questions, it's more like X data. And then yeah. So Shivas, yeah, someone already answered. Yeah, free code camp's probably the way to go. Um, yeah. There's also the Odin project. These are all web dev focused, but I recommend web dev if you've never done any programming whatsoever. And then yeah, 100 devs. So there you go, Shivas. All right. So then if we go look at this page, will it blend? Could not render no matching import. Hmm. So maybe instead of passing a generic here, I think we have to pass the generic. So if we have to pass the generic that way, what is the right way to make fax accordion here actually like have the type that we care about? Hold on, Array, 1 second. So you got your server rack from your dad's office. Any good recommendations for a 19-inch networking cabinet? Nah, I got no clue. No clue. I think that actually just works. Okay. Yep. All right. So that did it. So then we got that. Perfect. Okay. Cool. Yeah. We didn't need to pass it. It gets inferred from like the argument we're passing. Perfect. Okay. Yeah, I was misunderstanding that part. Yeah. Sorry, Ray. I don't know anything about that stuff. If Glasses from Alt F4 stream were here, he might know. He's done some home lab stuff. And he has a Discord. You could probably go ask over there too. Yeah. So SotDev, you have to do that in your channel, right? So that's basically how it would work. When you're about to finish up, you would do the raid command in your channel's chat, and that would transfer your chat elsewhere. If you're unfamiliar with what raids really are, raids are just a way of passing your audience to another streamer. That's like the main way of doing it, or the main like reason for it. So basically, when you're streaming again next time, when you're about to finish up, go to the category here on Twitch, software and game dev, and find another stream that you'd like to pass your audience to. And you would type raid in your chat, not their chat. Does that make sense? I just want to make sure I'm explaining it right. So literally, when I raided you the other day, in my chat, I typed /raid and your name. There you go. Yeah, yeah. Yep. So yeah, you figured it out. Were you actually streaming right now too? Because yeah, I wasn't trying to like pressure you into rating me. I just mean raid anybody. Right? We know about you already. But I appreciate the raid. Thank you. And then, yes, so a little tip for raids. The rated viewers don't actually count as the natural viewers until they double click on the streamer's profile picture. It refreshes the URL from referrer to raid. I think technically all you have to do is interact with the stream in some way, and that counts you as a raider, even if it says refer equals raid. But as a lurker, I don't think it counts. So then if you want your lurk to count, then yes, you get rid of that part to remove the query string. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. And I'm not sure it's as strict as it used to be. Just because, like, you know, my watch numbers are pretty much exactly what I would expect them to be. Like when I see some of the other stuff. So, I don't know. I know that's something people harp on about. It's not necessarily worth it to force people to do anything or whatever. Like when they raid on into a stream. You know, just make sure they're stoked to be there and make it a fun stream. But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that, Sadev. 3 years ago, I became a partner. It's a long, hard road, and I think I got lucky just due to timing. But okay, so we're able to get our generic accordion component going, which is nice. We need to style this page way better. Support is really like the title of this entire page. We should figure that out in a different way. But yeah, here we are at frequently asked questions and billing, and we need to get way more frequently asked questions going. But yeah, let's continue to style this thing. And then technically, hold on, is this a has more? It is a has more, but we're not passing that. So I don't think it's necessarily worth it to make this like wrapped accordion like 100% generic. But you know what? We could keep it generic still. And this would be extra content. And this is actually... Right, we do item T. Right, if we have an extra content function, we pass the item to it and we render it there. So yeah, actually that keeps it fully generic, at least as far as we would be concerned with it. And then here, extra content is... but nope, this is where this starts to suck. Right? And this is the mixing of the contexts. We're in an Astro component. Right? So we're passing what is essentially an Astro component into a function that expects a React node, or a function that renders a React node. Oh yeah, this part's tricky. Oh, and yeah, real quick, SotDev, sorry, let me do the shout out. Yeah, thank you for the raid. And yeah, great stream the other day too. What's up, Bit Gamey? I think I smell fine. Oh, it's you, not me. Okay, got it. But yeah, it's going well. Yeah, we're building out a bunch of our like marketing site, documentation site stuff. And we're spending way more time on this accordion than I was expecting, but that's because we're running into Astro Island shenanigans. Which is fine. Let's delete this for now, because that's the wrong approach. So we get this to render, and we can have the JavaScript work, sure. What I want to see is, we disable JavaScript. Does that work the way I'm expecting? Sorry, I got the burps. The hiccups, I should say. And then, yeah, this. Right, without JavaScript, that's not going to do anything. Let me get more music going. So let's go look at maybe not even these docs, but the API reference. The controlled value of the item to expand when type is single. Okay, so value is actually what we're looking for. And it's not const use state. This is okay. So what I'm thinking is, let me do this. We'll call it default value is equal to that. And actually, that might have been fine. Right? So by default, everything's opened up. Boom. And then this is collapsible. Why don't they like value here though? So or null, no, it's or undefined. Oh. So they don't like value there. Yeah, so accordion type. Something like that. Ooh, but they hate that still. Really? So we got something weird going on here. And ooh, Clobus, thank you for the follow 16 minutes ago. Welcome. How you doing? So the issue is they're complaining. I mean, this part's weird. Single or multiple is not assignable to single because multiple is not assignable to single. Interesting. The as any didn't work. We're going to call it multi-accordion. So then we don't need that, and we just hard code it to multiple. And that simplifies that part. Value is then value. Collapsible. Okay, and then, yeah, I broke this. So I want to add another prop here. Right, so collapsible is false there. And voila. Cool. Yeah, so the idea being when we don't have JavaScript, right, we get rid of the caret because you can't collapse or shrink it. But then these would stack on top of each other. And then when we get JavaScript back going, oh, everything broke. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, none of these are opened. But something else completely broke. Yeah, this is kind of a fun experiment in trying to see like how type safe and generic we can make this. Oh, and hold on. So, Hunar, did I hear about CSS custom functions coming soon? I did not hear about that. Hmm. Wait, so now that's like totally broken. Ugh. Progressively enhancing this is getting tricky. And hey, thanks, Anani. Appreciate it. Yeah, this part's getting a little weird. I do need to use the restroom. And damn, it's already 8 p.m. Where does the time go? Things are going good. Let me go turn on the oven real quick. Because I got these pizza slices that I can warm up. I do have to go pee as well, so give me a second. Okay. So yeah, 2 slices of delicious pizza from Big Mario's. Yeah, so here's the weird part to me. JavaScript is turned on, but now this button is no longer clickable. Even though I undid pretty much everything. All right, so now I'm actually curious. What did I even change in this file? Oh, nothing. It's just a new file. Okay, yeah, so that one's good. Oh, that was it. Okay, so then. Okay, so that's working. Then if we disable, it's expanded. Nailed it like a glove. All right, so that was our issue. We weren't updating the value prop. All right, so we now have progressively enhanced multi-accordion. Okay. So yeah, cool. And then yeah, Hunar is saying yeah, with the custom function stuff, Chrome supports it in Canary, waiting on Safari and Firefox. You're excited for it. I guess custom function is probably what I'm looking for. What's like the name of the spec? Right, so this is probably the one you're talking about. Custom CSS functions. It's CSS functions and mixin. Wow, it's not even on Can I Use? So yeah, it'll probably be a little while. CSS value functions might be it. Or maybe, no, that's just all of the ones that exist. Yep, so that's not it. Yeah, CSS functions and mixins module. Interesting. And hey, what's up, Proton Fig? How you doing? Yeah, the fact that it's not even in Can I Use is going to be tough. I wouldn't hold my breath for that feature. But yeah, what you up to, Proton? Anything fun? Yeah, exactly, Hunar. Like, it's so early that if it's not even in Can I Use, like, don't expect to get it anywhere anytime soon. Someone was shouting out another cool thing, and I forget what they were referencing. Oh, it's like a sizing attribute. Text area. MDN. But it's like an auto resize or something. Required read-only placeholder. Yeah, MDN might not even have it yet. Field sizing, that's it. Here we go. Yeah, this is another cool one. So, like, if you've ever had to implement a text area that grows as you type into it, You've had to do a bunch of weird JavaScript shenanigans, but field sizing makes that like really nice and easy. However, it's not supported in Firefox or Safari yet. So you're only at a 68% baseline, which is a little tough. There is, but it's not supported enough yet. So you're going to have to like wire up your own hack for it anyway. But it's still cool. Yeah, at the Seattle JS meetup I went to last Wednesday, some like the other speaker presented on some of the cool stuff coming. And yeah, this was one of them. Yeah, Innsbear, you're still going to have to do it by hand because it's just not fully supported yet. Your first synthwave comp. All right, we'll check it out. I will say, Proton, it seems like you only come here when you want to share your music. It's mixed a little low. Like, yeah, it's easily 5 decibels lower than other music we were listening to. Yep, later, Hunar. Have a good one. I do like this, though. Yeah, this is nice. Yep, later, Hunar. No, this is good. I like this. Yeah, if you put out a whole album of this, I'd listen to it here on stream. Publish it up to Bandcamp, I'd buy it. Yeah, good song. It's nice. All right, let me get another album going. I forget which one we're in the middle of. There we go. All right, so yeah, we don't need to do this infer. I mean, technically, Proton, you mentioned it the other day too, and you were probably pretty close to pop in the link here in chat. The fact that I didn't acknowledge you the other day, and you came back again for it. I don't know, just saying there, Proton. You pretty much only chat when you want to shill your music. It's good music, but it's a little shilly. I'd prefer it if you were here chatting when you're not trying to advertise your music. And it's possible you're just lurking the other times, right? Like, it's not the only time you come here, but it does seem like it's the only time you chat. All right, so we got the key prop in there. So then as we get into multi-accordion, instead of multi-accordion, it's frequently asked questions accordion. It's not going to be able to stay fully generic like that. So frequently asked question accordion. Yeah, so if we do that, get rid of this junk. All right, so then in the frequently asked question accordion, so yeah, technically if this is going to be, oh, that was a mistake. If this is going to be right? Like FAQ like that. Honestly, we didn't even need to make this thing generic. We really didn't need to make it generic. I know, right? And here's the thing, like it could have been generic at one point. But then we just hit like the boundary between React and Astro, and we couldn't make it generic anymore. Right? For like the thing that we really, really wanted to do. You know, we could have done it via children. Yeah, we might have been able to do it with children. No, we can't do it with children, right? Because the looping has to happen inside of the React part. So we couldn't do it as a child from the Astro, no matter what. That's like the issue we ran into there, too. Mm. Yeah, no, whatever. Do I wish it could be more generic? Yes. Is it going to be more generic? No. All right, so yeah, let's keep going. I think this read more actually needs some styling. If you go to Messijo.com, you can get a little bit, and just keep in mind that we're still working on making Messijo.com better. But this should explain at least a little bit of it. We need more content, right? We need way more marketing content. But yeah, basically just imagine you have events coming from these platforms and you want to be notified in X amount of ways. We have the technology. All right, so real quick, let me go throw this pizza in the oven. I bet the oven is heated up. I could probably do one more beverage. We want to keep hacking on this page a little, but we got time tomorrow too. Okie dokie. So yeah, just a few moments, maybe 5 minutes max. This is my project, exactly there, Hendrix. And people can sign up for it and use it right now. It's not perfect, by the way, but, we at least pushed up some fixes to the marketing site that makes signing up easier. But yeah, we're working on some of the marketing page content, right? And the part we're dealing with is frequently asked questions. So yeah, what we want to do here is class name, underline, and yeah, we got a bunch of tabs popped open that we should probably fix. So yeah, let's actually start styling that page. Let me look at my calendar for tomorrow. Yeah, I'll be able to go to the grocery store tomorrow, which is nice. No, it's not a product you would use personally. This is a purely like B2B product. At some point, you're probably going to try and launch some brand and you want to engage with people on social media to make sure they know about your product. That's where we theoretically fit in. No. I'm a one-man business. Sorry. The company I work for is hiring, but it's a very specific role. What are you good at? What do you do? Yep. It'll be done in a sec. I'm not writing C#. The C# I've written, it depends. I took 2 classes in college that were C#. That was the data structures and algorithms classes. And the work that I've done here on stream, I don't know, it was like a week. Like a week of doing some C# stuff. For like building the SDK I needed. I wouldn't call myself an expert with C# though. A bug bite? I think we're good. Yeah, no worries there, Insbear. Have a good one. So yeah, Marco, like, what do you do? What kind of dev are you? And everyone's looking for a job, so don't expect to find one randomly in a Twitch chat. Okay. Um Looks like we're not hiring for the back end role I was thinking of. So that's interesting. Yeah. For a really good candidate, this might be an option, but it looks like this is mainly like front end kind of stuff. You could check out Blue Sky. No, not that one. Yeah, if you do data science in any way, yeah, either a machine learning platform or some other stuff might be a move. But yeah, I don't know, man. It's tough out there for everyone. Don't expect a random Twitch chat to get you a job. Yeah, data science is huge. Like, I would recommend learning some data sciencey stuff. I feel like I got bit by some bugs while I was golfing yesterday. Whatever. Whatever. But yeah, if you're in the Arizona area, anyone out there, we're looking for someone front end focused. It is a senior role, and I have no idea what the salary is. If you're not in the Phoenix area, but you're a really good candidate, apply anyway. So, something to think about. But yeah, if you do data science, there's always jobs available. For that one, Code Girl, yeah, for sure, React. Yep. Yeah, it's gonna be for like mainly it looks like GitKraken desktop. So, I mean, technically, they could put you on any team, but yeah, like GitKraken itself is an Electron app. It's React, TypeScript, all that stuff. That's probably what they're looking for mainly right now. But we've also got a web app that's Next.js. We've also got GitLens, which is TypeScript, um, and not React. I think they use React, like a couple React components, and that's about it. But yeah, anyone who considers themselves a front end person, check it out. Yeah, I mean they say Figma. You're not expected to write any of the Figma stuff. You just need to be able to like consume a Figma doc, right? Experience with Figma, not actually like making stuff with it, but just consuming it. It's a great company though, you know? So if you're front end focused and you're looking for a role, I'd say check it out. Even if you're not in the area. The fact that they're looking for 7+ years experience means, yeah, you know, the amount of developers in the Arizona area that have that is very low. So they can't be too picky. But yeah, give me a second. Let me go grab these slices of pizza. I bet they're done. All right. If you weren't hungry yet, prepare to be hungry. I'm gonna let it cool off just a little bit. Don't want to burn the top of the tongue or top of the mouth. No. It's from Big Mario's in Seattle. I went golfing yesterday and decided to stop by Big Mario's just to bring home some slices so I didn't have to cook today. I'm pretty lazy. So yeah, just in case, if you are front-end focused, definitely apply for this job. I don't know. Hold on, let me find it there, Condi. Rewriting your life coach platform, new apps backend, and Golang. What's the value you would gain from rewriting? Unless it's really obvious what you would gain from it, no, just build something new. If you can't quantify a benefit, it's not worth it. Whew, that pizza's still hot. Alrighty. So yeah, we get the read more in there. What I want to do is actually go to our support layout now. And let's close some of this junk. We don't need Messijo.com. That's done. I think a lot of this Astro stuff is done. That's not necessary at the moment. Tailwind typography. We could do the Pros XL, maybe. Sure, I'll leave that for a second. We're okay with that. Don't need that. And we're not even at the point where we're considering the turnstile stuff yet. But yeah, we're going to have to do some turnstile magic. I don't think we need to keep that around. Static forms we'll leave. That will close. Get rid of that. I don't think we need that anymore. I'll leave that. We don't care about that. And yeah, so this is the page that we got to start fiddling with a bit more. So when we look at this layout page, I think that's actually what we ended up needing. And then this is not a flex call. This is a row, which we didn't necessarily need to do that way. We do want to get rid of that, though. There we go. Yeah. And then here we'll give this a width. There we go. All right, so then can I cancel my subscription? Yes, you can cancel your subscription anytime, read more. And then, yeah, we'll have other stuff in there. I think the W full is maybe a bit much. We'll think about how to, fine tune that a bit better. You know what I'm going to think about before that, though? Pepperoni pizza. Mmm. Damn, it is so greasy. In the best way. Mmm. Man, and I was dead on balls accurate. Proton Fig is only here to promote their shit. We played their song, and they're fucking out. It's just a little disrespectful. Maybe that too. I don't think I necessarily told him off. I called out that I'd like it if he were a better member of the community. And his response to that was to not be a better member of the community, you know? Like, also, time zone's a thing, but just saying, if your messages here are only ever self-promoting, it's kind of shady. The song was nice. But I don't know, man. Pizza's good. All right, so then this H1, I don't think is the move. What's up, Biohack? How you doing? Oh, the pizza's hitting well. Yeah. And honestly, we're going a bit late. We could wrap it up here soon. I at least wanted to make a decent chunk of progress here. To where, like, doing more of the layout is no longer necessary. I'm curious what's with the link, man. Yeah, it does kind of feel like that, Condi. So yeah, why'd you spam us with a 5,000 line change? Yeah, we're not code reviewing your shit, dude. Again, right? Like really spammy, dude. What is it with the people just doing their self-promotion bullshit, man? Why do they think that's an acceptable thing to do in someone else's stream? Um, yeah, I doubt that they're Condi because they just followed 2 minutes ago. Like they've never been here before. Right? All of their messages are from today. No, it's just some drive-by spam at this point. All right? If it quacks like a duck, walks like a duck, probably a duck. All right, so we need padding on that. That was weird. The formatter keeps making weird mistakes like that. All right, so this is definitely still the category page. So then over here, this is where we want this, and it's case dot capital category. Oh, but no, that's the wrong place. All right, so then this is going to be font bold. Also, that large heading, I think we did 6XL. Yep. I don't know, let's say MB8. Okay. So then, yeah, what else do we want to do for some of these other bits? Hmm. So back to our layout. This probably needs to be like, I don't know, text 2XL? Sure. Yeah, so I think 16 is too much. I feel like 8 was good. We could even do 4. All right, back to our layout. Right, give those a little indentation. I'm not so sure how I feel about the styling of this. I feel like with more content, it would look better. Curious where all that spacing's coming from. Yeah, that one's weird. Let's look at the Astro docs and see how they're doing some of this. And hey, what's up, Maniac? How you doing? Doing well, just hanging out. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I feel like you just shouted out your sub like the other day. It's weird when Twitch rolls it over. And then like, yeah, dude, that was like less than a week ago. That's weird. Whatever. Oh, I wasn't trying to bait that. No, sorry, my bad. Like, no, if you gotta cancel it, like you gotta cancel it. That's fine. Okay. Like, I'm not worried about that. I thought it was weird. Like, it was just the other day. Oh, got it. I feel like the icon would have stuck though. Like if it's on the recurring thing, I feel like they leave the icon still. But I don't know. Whatever. Oh, I see. I see. No, that makes sense. That makes sense. And yeah, dude. No, I get it, dude. That's fine. Dude, like tier 3 subs expensive, man. I'm not worried. Oh, Twitch and international payments are weird. I could see that maybe. Yeah, that makes sense. Mm. That was good pizza. So this is going to be another card. Indian credit card. Oh, maybe because it's just like the fraud and abuse stuff that they deal with. Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, okay. Interesting. I didn't know that. Got it. And that's specifically because of some like Indian banking stuff. Interesting. Okay. No, that's kind of like a cool consumer protection thing. Like, even if it's a little more annoying, it does prevent people from getting scammed as much. I could see that being like actually really valuable. Like, confirm your subscription every 6 months or every like once a year, right? And if you don't do it, well, yeah, probably just cancel it. Like, I could see the EU doing it, doing something like that. Like, no, that's cool. Yeah, I actually really like that. That's smart. Yeah. Oh, dude, they keep doing this shit, man. What is up with the auto formatter? All right, so that's closer, but still not quite right. Yeah, that's. Hold on. Button. Button should be working there. All right, well, now we got something else going wrong. I wonder if that's because we're mixing and matching the islands. Yeah. We get more music going. I don't know, something short but good. Curious Case of Benjamin Button. I haven't. I've heard it's really good. I haven't seen it. I think technically this would be an H2 then, right? And what's up, ShadowNet? How you doing? It's a fun watch. Yeah, I've never seen it. I wouldn't mind watching it at some point. Where is this gap coming from? Something seems off there. Oh, it's on the cards. That's it. It's like a gap value that we just don't need. Gasp. Laughs are cheap. I'm going for gasps. All right, so this feels okay so far. I think 1/4 is actually kind of small. If we do 1/3, it's a little better. Really, ShadowNet? I feel like it's pretty common. Maybe your feed is messed up? Maybe. I feel like there are a lot of game devs here on Twitch. So if you're seeing some Unreal dev, you're probably seeing some C++, you know? Yeah, it does feel like these days web dev is like a minority in this category. Yeah, we need more web devs. Come on. We need more people streaming. And thank you for the follow, ShadowNet. Yeah, I think we are losing steam. It's 9 o'clock at night, so come on. You want to see some web dev, possibly back end dev? Yeah, I consider back end dev still web dev, right? If you're building like an API of any kind, I still consider that web dev. Damn right you should get back into streaming. Yeah, I'd say we're at a decent stopping point today. All right, we got work to do tomorrow. And I should be able to start by like 1:30 tomorrow. Yeah, we're using Elixir for the back end. I don't do live view. I don't do any of that, but I do have a REST API written in Elixir using Phoenix. I think live view and like all those front end for back end approaches, patent pending. I just came up with that term. I'm not a fan of those. Yeah. So live view, Hotwire, Livewire, they're all the same pattern of having your backend framework rendering templates that then they manage keeping state consistent with. So it's usually a WebSocket over the wire from like a template that your backend rendered. I don't want my backend ever rendering templates. Besides maybe email templates. So Laravel, Ruby on Rails, Elixir Phoenix, technically Blazor, they all end up doing the front end for back end approach. Now, so it's not just Jinja-like, right? That's like the bare basics of templating. What I'm talking about is making that reactive with your back end. So it's taking that type of templating way further. But I just think it's a bad pattern. That's the project. All right, so let's go find someone to raid. Ooh, Ambivalent Bunny. Doing some Minesweeper. Raimu. We haven't had a chance to raid Raimu. I think we've raided Ambivalent Bunny more recently than Raimu. So let's go raid Raimu. No, not the same thing as SSR. So Next.js does do some of that, but it's just more than that. Technically, even with the Next.js app, nothing is wiring up the reactivity between the front end and the back end. That's still up to you to do with a WebSocket. It's a server-side rendered reactive front end, as opposed to a server-side rendered static front end. Laravel Livewire, or Ruby on Rails Hotwire, or Elixir Phoenix Live View. Try and read up on the problems those are trying to solve. You'll recognize that they're all doing the exact same shit with just different syntax. In general, it's a way for back-end devs to not have to write React. Yep, yeah, no worries. All right, so, everyone over on YouTube, thank you all for hanging out. I'll see you again soon. I know I started the YouTube a little late today. Tomorrow I'll make sure I start it on time, but YouTube later. Well, I'll say bye to Twitch here in a second.